go, guys. Okay, so right now, so I have 3 cameras here. This shot is coming from the front. So when they're coming forward, the front use that shot. Okay? Now, so right now, we'll go with this. See how that's right now? Okay? That makes sense? So basically, between that and this, right? So when the thing is going, now shoot, the other thing I was thinking of, you know the other camera we need to run on this? So this is going to be all about the scores. Oh, this is that's it. Okay, so here we go. just gonna run it straight to this camera right here.
That will be fine. I need to plug in the other end.
Oh, okay.
But, and I can feed you some more up. If you need more cable, I can feed that to you.
What I need is a piece of Velcro, so it's not so heavy here.
Gotcha, of course.
Let's see. I'll see if I can find one here.
Okay. Or we come around. You could loop around a couple times through here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
A little strain relief. Yeah, that should do it.
Plus, it'll hold the camera down a little bit.
There we go. I'll make some connections. We'll do a test.
Perfect. Go to the graphic, hit the key, hit the key. Right? That's all it does. Are the overhead scores. So that means when it's time to start doing this, so when the race is about to start, so when you go to 4, it's a break. pull right now. I'd like to see a welcome to the Utah Olympic Oval. Go. Yeah, I mean, you want to put some tape there? So, yeah, that's fine. So, who's going to start this bad boy? No sound? Well, the cable's here, but I'm not getting sound from him yet. Is somebody pointing at me?
Pointing at us. I don't know what that means.
Is that?
Test.
If you have enough for every single person, they will know, we kind of know, the system will know who it could be a person here, here, and they might blow the race because the time doesn't matter anymore, it's the placement. And they'll just say, you did it, but the time doesn't matter because they're already last and they're going to the bottom bracket of the next round. But the times matter when you're first, second, third.
And we are just 2 minutes from the start of racing. 2 minutes from the start.
If you make it wrong, the parent will come and say, it's Dimer or Daheimer or whatever. Okay, sorry. That's a new person. I haven't seen her. The last one.
And we're about to get started with racing as the athletes are coming on the ice. Tracks are laid and water is poured. In this first men's 1500 meter quarterfinal, we have number 491, Brandon Kim, number 442, Ryan Shane, number 427, Xavier Lawrence, number 482, Aiden Liu, number 438, Brandon Lau, and number 488, Jonathan Durheimer, and number 499, Calvin Yoon Hook Im.
You got water down, yep. It's its story here. Six on the front line. Seven behind six. Go to the start. Ready.
And we are underway with U.S. Championships Youth Olympic Games selections here at the Utah Olympic Oval. This 1,500-meter race, 13 and a half laps. Nice and casual at the beginning with Brandon Kim and Ryan Shane controlling the front. Xavier Lawrence in this race to move on to the semifinal round. We'll be picking the top 3 across the line plus the next fastest 2 skaters. So there is some importance to keeping the pace high here. Don't want to start off too slow in the beginning. Jonathan Durheimer into second place on the outside. Not settling there, right to the front for Durheimer. Durheimer, Kim, and Shane, 1, 2, 3 with 9 laps to go. Coming through, still the same. Durheimer controlling the front, controlling the pace here in this race. 8 laps to go now. So the pace is slowly elevating. We can see our lap times on the board across the ice. We're looking at slowly increasing 10.2s, now down to 10.0 pace. Durheimer still controlling this race. It's a great strategy up front. Brandon Kim, Ryan Shane, second, third. Brandon Kim slides up the inside to take over the lead. Ryan Shane around the outside. Xavier Lawrence into third. Durheimer back to fourth. As they come out of the corner, we got 4 laps to go, and the pace is heating up down into the mid 9-second laps. Athletes doing what they can to qualify through, not burning too much energy in these early rounds as Ryan Shane makes a move around the outside. It's Shane, Kim, and Lawrence in the 3 qualifying positions right now. We're going to be looking at Aiden Liu working to get one of those fastest times along with Brandon Lau. Last lap coming up. Ryan Shane with a comfortable lead. It's Shane, Kim, Lawrence, 1, 2, 3. Nice and comfortable, looking to move on to the next round. We've got Brandon Liu and Aiden Liu and Brandon Lau looking for that fastest time. Coming up next, heat 2 of 4 in this 1,500 meter. We have number 460, Justin Liu, number 409, Wesley Park, number 405, Sungmin Kwon, number 486, Alex Sklitovsky, number 416, Eric Laporte, and number 477, Benjamin Sullivan.
Probably a transponder or something.
Maria? You can yell it out. You can yell it out. aren't you racing? Okay. I know how that goes. I have knee surgery. Smart move. He's training them. Oh.
That's why I want to. He knows how to do it. He knows how to do it. I just want to make sure he knows which one.
Go to the start. Ready.
Races are underway in this 1500. Coming out in the front, getting out of the back of the pack, number 477, that's Ben Sullivan. Wesley Park right up to the front, followed by Justin Liu, Alex Glotowski. 11 laps to go. In this race, we're picking the first three and then the next two fastest fourth place finishers. That's important to recognize. You've got to finish fourth and have a fast time in order to move through. So keeping the pace up is going to be important in these races. Out in front now, Wesley Park still, followed closely by Justin Liu and Alex Glotowski. 9 laps to go. Coming around, nice steady pace here, similar to what we saw in our last event. Looks like Sung Min moves into third place now, taking that from Alec. But it's still Wesley Park in the front, Justin Liu, nice and stable. Sung Min in the third qualifying spot. We're slowly seeing the pace start to pick up as they come out of this corner. They're going to be staring down 6 laps to go. Holding strong, Park in the front, Liu in Quan. Glotowski looking to get that pace up. Down into the corner goes Glotowski. We've still got in the lead, slowly winding the pace up. Wesley Park, Justin Liu, and Sung Min Quan. Ben Sullivan now in that fourth place spot, looking to capitalize and grab one of those fastest times. Coming out of this corner, there's going to be 2 laps, and we've got a strong group of 4. We've got Wesley Park, Justin Liu, Sungmin Kwan, and Ben Sullivan. 1 lap to go. This is the final lap. Top 3 move on, plus the next 2 fastest 4th place finishers. As they come through the line, it's going to stay as it did. Great race, great safe quarterfinal race, as the athletes look to do just what they can to move on to the next round and conserve as much energy as possible. We just need to keep an eye on the track as we've got an athlete finishing up. Heat 3 out of 4 in the men's 1,500 meters coming up next. In this race, we have number 458, Marcus Howard. Number 420, Caleb Park. Number 422, Noah Trope. Number 446, Andrew Hio. Number 480, Julius Kazanecki. Number 466, Liam Kitchell. And number 435, Shubh Sharma.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are underway. So we sort things out here in the early stages of this race. We've got Marcus Howard, yeah, out to that early lead there, followed by Caleb Park, Liam Kitchell. Looks like Noah Trope coming around the outside into the lead, trying to control this race early on. Got a bit of a hotter pace here as Hio slides up into fourth. And we've got Schubert down in the corner. Noah Trope still commanding the front of this race. Marcus Howard and there, Noah down. Hio now in the lead as we get things slowly sorted out here. It's Hio, Howard, and Park in those top three positions. Kazanecki in that fourth place spot, looking to heat this up a little bit. And Liam Kitchell patrolling from the back. Now it's Hio, Park, and Howard coming around the corner. 5 laps to go. Hio, Park, Howard, and Kazanecki in our qualifying spots. Top 3 plus the 2 fastest fourth place finishers will move on to the semifinal rounds here. They come out of the corner, 3 laps to go. Everything's staying the same. Slowly picking up that pace, winding it up is Hio on the front, followed by Park and Howard. Coming out of this corner, staring at coming down the bell lap. It's Hio, Park, and Howard in those top 3 positions. Kazanecki's going to be looking for that 4th place fastest time as he comes across the line. We still have a couple skaters on the track who are going to be wrapping this up, looking to grab points.
So when someone falls, like they know that they're down lap, you don't have to yell every time. I would just keep it on it. And then when the main group is done, then you could say you have, yeah. It takes a little bit of the franticness out of it. Because they know they're behind. You spoke too soon. The first race, all of a sudden, bam, bam, bam. Oh, go back to cover the time.
All right, as our track stewards are preparing the ice, we're getting ready for the 4th and final men's 1,500 meter quarterfinal event. In this race, we have number 403, Clayton DiClemente, number 497, Jonathan So, number 464, Sean Shui, number 455, Daniel Yoon, number 469, Wesley Jones, number 413, Yoon Hong Ma, and number 457, Edward Sweeney.
Oh yeah, come shit.
In the last race, we saw number 420 disqualified for C5 in the corner, contact from behind. And number 422, Noah Trope, will be advanced.
Six on the line. You're 6, yes. 7 behind 6. Go to the start. Ready.
And we are underway, the fourth and final quarterfinal of the 1,500 meter men's here. Remember, we are taking the first 3 to cross the line, plus the next 2 fastest fourth place finishers. Jonathan So coming out to the early lead, but Sean Shui coming up the outside to take over. Want to control this race from the front. It's a great place to be. Got Shui, So, and Ma as Di Clemente comes around the outside to take over the leadership duties at the front. Di Clemente and So now sliding up the inside. Daniel Yoon is well working his way around the front. Jockeying for position early on in the race. Want to keep yourself up front as much as possible. Controlling this race from the front is the way to go. We've still got Yoon in the front, followed by Jonathan So and Di Clemente, 1, 2, 3 in those qualifying spots. When they come out of the corner, they're going to be looking at 6 laps to go, and things are going to start to heat up as everyone wants to be in the top 3 right now. Still Yoon, So, Di Clemente, 1, 2, 3 in those critical spots. 5 laps to go. As things start to heat up, So with a nice move around the outside to take over the lead. Di Clemente slides up the inside into second. It's So, Di Clemente, Yoon, 1, 2, 3. Di Clemente now into the front. It's Di Clemente, Yoon, So battling it out. 2 laps to go. Coming out of the corner, still Di Clemente and Yoon, 1, 2. So in that third place qualifying position. But look out for 464 Shui on the outside into third, and that last half lap with an incredible move there, building up his speed, biding his time, moving into that third qualifying spot. We'll wait to get the official results from our judges. As we finish up the race.
Resurface now? Break time. Time out. We need to wrap.
She was asking.
All right, that wraps up our first round of racing here. We're going to go into a quick resurface. Looks like it's just going to be a track resurface here. Probably about 10 minutes. We'll wait for word on resuming, but after this Zamboni break, we will resume races.
And then you can even yell them 5 to go. 你是第2个摔，一般的按顺序，第1摔，第2摔，第3摔。
And just a quick announcement, we're going to fire races up at 9:29. About 10 minutes from now, we are going to fire races back up. We are going to resume with women's 1,500 meter semifinals. Women's 1,500 meter semifinals coming up after the break. We are 5 minutes away from the start of the women's 1500 meter semifinals. 5 minutes to the start.
They're all popped over here. Ah, I hurt my knee. Stay in it. Baking it all day. What time we start? Cool. Whew. Thought I was gonna be late.
Do you have enough room? Do you have enough room?
This is a national level event, period. I see your pink hair over there, period. What are you doing here, question mark? Site visit, question mark? Hey, I'm over here where the lap counter is.
And it looks like we are ready to get underway. The track's laid out, water's on the ice, and I see athletes in this first 1500 meter semifinal. We are going to have number 306, Kristen Santos Griswold, number 317, Louisiana Stahl, number 372, Michelle Yi, number 341, Audrey Leng Kong, and number 304, Andrea Cao. So for the women's 1500 meter semis, the advancement goes like this. Top two across the line, clean, and then we'll be taking the next, we'll take one fastest third. So the fastest third place finisher will also move on. So we're gonna pick 2 plus 1, 2 plus the fastest third place finisher.
Travis. We missed you Wednesday. We missed you Wednesday. It's all right.
Go to the start. Ready.
And strategy is key. No one wants to take the early control here as the athletes size each other up. And we are slowly gaining momentum in this race as we see Louisiana Stahl take over here. Looks like we've got Stahl, Yi trying to make a move up the inside, but Stahl closes the door. We've got Stahl and Yi followed closely by Leng Kong. As we come out of the corner, we are definitely picking up the pace now. I see a little bit of a speed skating position now from Louisiana at the front.
19.
Blistering down to a 19-second lap. Looks like a Dutch long track session public. So we're slowly strategizing, working our way through. We've got a pass. Andrea on the inside, and now we've got some movement. Now we're speed skating. Andrea Cow into the lead, creating a bit of a gap. It's Cow, Stahl, followed up by Yi. Cow and Stahl, Yi in 1, 2, 3. Remember, in this race, we're going to pick 2 plus 1. Coming around with a nice outside pass. That's Yi on the outside. It's Yi and Cow. Stahl, Leng Kong, and Kristen Santos Griswold patrolling the back of the race. Coming out of the corner with 4 laps to go. These athletes are definitely picking up this pace now, accelerating little by little as we go through. It's Cow, Yi, Stahl, working the outside, too wide down that straightaway there. Stahl finishing the pass. Nice move. It's Stahl and Santos Griswold now coming around to take control of this race. Griswold goes right to the front with 2 laps to go. It's Griswold and Stahl in those qualifying positions. Still trying to get a fastest third with the slow start. That's not likely in this race. 1 lap to go as Santos stretches those legs. It's Santos and Stahl, 1 and 2 in those qualifying positions. Coming out of the corner, they'll finish that way. Santos, Stahl, and Michelle Yi hoping that they did enough to get a fast time. There's 3 heats in this, so we've got 2 more to go. Interesting strategy in the first one. We'll see how the next 2 races strategize. Maybe try to go a little faster at the beginning to try to get that fastest third out of their heat. In this next race, 2 of 3, we have number 359, Julie Latai, number 326, Eunice Lee, number 339, Selena Sue, number 392, Elizabeth Rodhamel, number 319, Zoe Lai, and number 308, Kyungun Jang.
Position 4, move that way a little bit. Go to the start. Ready.
And heat number 2, we are underway. This is a lightning fast start compared to what we just saw. Different strategy. out of this race. Elizabeth Roth-Hommel taking control, keeping in mind, we're going to take the fastest third place finisher, so speed is a factor in these. You're not just looking for the top two. We've got Roth-Hommel and Eunice Lee, 1 and 2 in those top spots. Still Roth-Hommel and Lee patrolling the front. As we are slowly accelerating to the conclusion of this race. Down into the 14-second laps now. Still Roth-Hommel controlling this race. It's Roth-Hommel, and now moving into second is Zhang. Slowly on the outside. Now we're seeing some action. Selena Sue getting this race going, moving. Nice outside move to the front. We've got Sue and Zhang, Roth-Hommel, and Lai. Six laps to go. Looks like most of these athletes have put their eggs in finishing in the top two. Really trying to push that pace. We've got Selena Sue at the front now. It's Sue and Zhang. Roth-Hommel, Lai. Coming through. Now we're really building the pace. Eunice Lee into third place on the outside. Second, she's not stopping there. It's Lee and Latai down in the corner. And we are going to stop this race out of a safety concerns. When we see a fall like that, we're going to hold this race up. Make sure that we run a safe event here. We don't want anyone getting hurt when we've got athletes down. That's going to cause major safety problems, especially where they were right off the apex in the corner there. So we will check in on these athletes, make sure everyone is okay and can continue on. The referees will give a moment here, and then we're going to fire this race back up from the start. Looks like we're sorting this out slowly. So we've got our athletic training staff tending to, looks like Julie over there. So we will, I believe, we haven't received official word, but standard practice is when we stop a race, we're going to run this race from the beginning. We're going to rerun this race from the beginning. In the last race, we had a penalty to number Okay, sorry about that. In that last race, 339 and 326, Selena Sue and Eunice Lee shared responsibility. No penalty.
Why do we even call it if there's no penalty? Okay. I think the pass is just. So no call. Everybody goes back on the line.
All right, so we're going to fire this race up. Everyone's back in this race. We're going to start it from 13 and a half.
When Jan Greenwood was here, he had that really big service packet. He's like, I need help. And at one point he sees something and goes, it's your responsibility. Because he couldn't help. Exactly.
One moment, skaters.
She's out? Yeah, but she's out. But she's leaving. She's not the racer. They did not start. And she's out there.
Go to the start.
Yeah.
Ready.
All right, now we are back underway with this. All right. In this race, in the front currently, we've got number 319, Zoe Lai, followed by Kyung Jang, Elizabeth Rode Hummel, Selena Sue, and Julie Latai. Eunice Lee did not start. Looks like did not finish is the language. Sorry about that. Eunice isn't out there right now. All right, you can imagine after completing that much of the race, the original race, that legs are probably tired. So now we really are conserving. It's a bit of a wide open field now. It's going to be a really interesting race as we get down to it. Zoe Lai still commanding the front. Jang in second, Rode Hummel third, and Sue with the rapid advancement up to the front of the race. We've got Sue, Lai, Jang, Rode Hummel, and Latai. Now we're starting to get this pace up. 8 laps to go. We've got Selena Sue into the front, Jang following behind, Lai. Rode Hummel now into third place. It's Sue. Rode Hummel sliding up the inside. It's Rode Hummel, Sue, Jang, Julie Latai now moving around to the front with a load of speed, gapping the field. It's Latai, Rode Hummel, Sue, Jang, and Lai. Coming out of the corner, 4 laps to go. Julie Latai leaving nothing to chance in this continuation of the last event. It's Latai, Sue, Jang. 3 laps to go. Remember, it's the top 2 plus the next fastest third place finisher. We've got Latai and Selena Sue in those qualifying positions. So we're battling it out for the fastest third place. Coming out of the corner, bell lap. Julie Latai in front, gliding into the finish line, preparing for the finals. It's Latai, Sue, Jang, Lai, and Rode Hummel unofficially in that Heat 2.
points in that heat? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sure. Well, no, you don't penalize them. They're just it's the official's way of not making a call. Like this is their responsibility. They'll say, well, I make a call because they both created contact. Like when they both. Yeah. So it wasn't like one came in or one came out. And so it's like a way of not calling a call. So yeah. At one point I heard that first time, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, what is that? Because they can't decide the call.
Heat number 3 coming up in this race. We have number 328, Corinne Stoddard. 337, Grace Lee. 315, Grace Chun. We've got number 350, Una Wilhoit. Number 330, Caroline Anderson. And number 383, Samantha Scheffler.
6 on the line. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, so heat 3. Remember, we're taking the top 2 out of this, plus the fastest third place finisher will advance to the A final. Right out to the front, Grace Chun, followed up by Una Wilhoit. Corinne Stoddard not messing around in the back of this pack. Stoddard and Chun. Grace Lee gracefully moving into the front. It's Stoddard, and now on the outside, Samantha Scheffler. Sorry, I was having a hard time seeing her number. It's Scheffler keeping the pace up as she's sensing skaters around her. Caroline Anderson now to the front. It's Anderson and Scheffler. It's a very animated race we've got going here. Grace Chun now to the front. Nobody's quite content. Everyone wants that first place spot, which is the spot to be. It's Chun and Stoddard. Lee, Anderson, Wilhoit, Chun, Stoddard, Lee, Wilhoit now. Coming out of the corner, 5 laps to go is what Grace Chun is staring down. Corinne Stoddard and Grace Lee. And now we're getting a little more movement as the skaters are unsettled, knowing they've got to finish in those top 2 positions if they want to move on to the next round. 2 laps to go when they come out of the corner, and Corinne Stoddard has taken control of this race with 2 laps to go. It's Stoddard and Lee in a crowd. Lee is now leading a crowded field as Stoddard pulls away. Stoddard, Lee, and Wilhoit looking to wrap up that fastest time in this third heat out of 3. We'll have to wait for the officials, but crossing the line, it's going to be Stoddard and Grace Lee and Una Wilhoit hoping to pull down that fastest time, which will likely come from that race. All right, we're going to welcome the men back. We had the 1,500-meter quarterfinals earlier. Now we're moving on to the 1,500-meter semifinals. We've got 2 semis coming up. In these semis, we'll be taking 3 plus 1. So top 3 skaters to cross the line, plus the fastest 4th place finisher is what we're going to be looking for. In the first heat, we're going to see number 446, Andrew Heo. Number 450, Marcus Howard. Number 464, Sean Shui. Number 422, Noah Trope. number 442, Ryan Shane, number 491, Brandon Kim, and number 427, Xavier Lawrence.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're racing this men's 1,500 meter semifinal. Is sure to be an exciting one. Not wasting any time, wanting to get out into the front of the pack. That's Noah Trope. Marcus Howard following closely behind. Sean Shui. Ooh, as Howard finds his way to the front, it's Howard, Trope, and Kim. Xavier Lawrence knows where he needs to be. Smoothly up the outside, Lawrence into the lead. It's Lawrence and Howard. Hio into third place now, as this pace is going very hot. It's Howard, Lawrence, Hio, 1, 2, 3 in those qualifying positions. Ryan Shane getting in on the action. It's Howard, Trope, Lawrence, Hio now. Everyone knows they need to be in that top three. Getting up there as fast as possible is going to be your best shot at moving on, as Hio, Howard, and Lawrence now 1, 2, 3 in those positions. Ryan Shane in that fourth place will not be content there, and we've got Brandon Kim lurking in the back as well. Kim slides up into fourth place now. We've got Hio, Howard, Lawrence, Kim, Shane. Coming out of this corner, they're going to be staring at 3 laps to go. It's Hio and Howard. Xavier Lawrence now in third. Now we got some movement. Kim on the outside, Shane on the inside, moving into third and fourth place. It's Hio and Howard, though, dominating the front. Hio, Howard, Kim now joining them with 1 lap to go. Hio, Howard, Kim, 1, 2, 3. Then we've got Shui into that fourth place spot, looking for that fastest time, making a desperate move at the finish line. We'll have to wait to sort that out, but unofficially, those athletes will be moving on. Heat number 2 of 2 is coming up next. As we clear out that race. In Heat 2, we're going to see number 403, Clayton D. Clemente. Number 455, Daniel Yoon. Number 497, Jonathan So. Number 480, Julius Kazanecki. Number 409, Wesley Park. Number 460, Justin Liu. Number 405, Sungmin Kwon.
Got to go back 3. That one's wrong. You got to go that way. 3. We were right.
Hey, real quick, that's the athlete and focus area. So yeah, okay. And also, you're in the crash zone, so if someone goes down, you're gonna get hit with those pads. So you're gonna want to move somewhere else. All right, bye.
Go to the start.
Okay. Goodbye.
Ready.
All right, second of two, 1500s underway.
Yeah.
Remember, in this races, we're going to take the top three to cross the line, and then we are also going to take the fastest fourth place finisher between the two races will advance. Early on in the race, Jonathan So out front, Clayton DiClemente following behind in Wesley Park. So DiClemente and Park, as we get these early stages of the race sorted out. More casual pace we have so far in this event. Don't worry, the action will come as the athletes battle to get into those top three qualifying spots that'll get them into the A final here. So DiClemente and Park. Justin Liu in that fourth place spot. Chipping away at the laps. We're down to 8 laps to go already. DiClemente with a bit of aggression moving to the front. DiClemente, So, and Park. As Park now into second place. Justin Liu on the outside into the lead. With that movement, we're really starting to accelerate coming out of the corner. You're looking at 5 laps to go still. Liu, Park, DiClemente now into second. And skater down in the corner, getting up and moving. DiClemente really getting this moving. It's DiClemente, Liu, Park, and So. Out of the corner now, DiClemente looking at 2 laps to go. DiClemente, Liu, and Park, 1, 2, 3 in those qualifying spots. Are we going to see something from Jonathan So to snag that with 1 lap to go? Wanting to get into that third place spot now. Now we get some movement on the outside. Held off, and it looks like it's going to finish up. DiClemente, Liu, and who's that? Wesley Park, I believe. That's going to wrap up this block of racing as we are through semis in the 1500s for men and women. And we're staring down some finals coming up after the resurface break. We'll let you know when we're restarting just as soon as we hear it. All right, just got word. Races are going to resume at 10:13. 10:13 will fire up, and we're coming into 1,500-meter finals at 10:13. Now, you may find yourself wondering, what am I going to do with all this free time I have during the Zamboni break? Well, I have the answer for you. Down in the, well, if you're from out of town, you don't know north and south here. It's the north end, down that way. We've got US Speedskating's got a wonderful booth set up with all kinds of great US Speedskating apparel for sale. If you haven't stopped by yet, head on by. It's towards the corner of the long track. But stop on by. There's lots of great things for sale at incredible prices down there. See our friend Sam Snyder, and you can pick up some great US Speedskating swag.
10% goes to
10:13. 10:13 start time. All right, we've got finals coming up. We're going to start. We've got 3 women's finals here. We got the C, B, and then we'll move on to the A final. Just the way things sort themselves out, every now and then we see a final that looks like the one we have coming up here with Samantha Scheffler and Audrey Ling Kong going to be racing just as 2 out there for this event. But results matter, points count, so everything's up for grabs here.
Go to the start. Ready.
So there are points up to grabs. So we are doing this race between Samantha Scheffler and Audrey Ling Kong. This is where we're going to see the speed at the beginning of the race. In finals, really not so much of a focus here, where we're not looking for one of those fastest times to qualify into the next round. So this race is going to look very similar to this as we slowly chip away the laps here. Looks like it's going to come down to a sprint at the end, but you never know. It's a chess game between these two to figure out who's going to do what and when. We can look to their coaches in the coaches stand there as they give their hand signals. Nobody's quite sure what they mean. Just keep an eye and we'll start to figure it out. Looks like we're getting patience signals. So we're at 8 laps. We're working our way down as we're conserving energy here. Hopefully we'll see them start to warm up a little bit as they prepare themselves for that final sprint. Got some cheering from the long track athletes. So we've got Ling Kong in the front, Scheffler following behind now, doing equally sharing the lead and pulling the pack along here. Coach Simon Cho signaling to his athlete as we have Samantha Scheffler moving on the outside and the pace is picking up. Audrey fighting back. Audrey and Samantha battling back and forth. 4 laps to go as we come out of the corner now. It's Audrey and Samantha, Ling Kong and Scheffler. 1, 2. Coming out of the corner, we're looking at 2 laps to go. Still Ling Kong and Scheffler. Does Scheffler have what it takes to make that final move? As they come out of the corner here, bell lap. Ling Kong and Scheffler building up speed. Who's going to make it around to the finish in first place? It's going to stay that way, Ling Kong and Scheffler. All right, that was the women's C final. Looks like we're going to move on to the men's D final now. In the men's D final, we have number 488, Jonathan Durheimer. Number 435, Shubh Sharma. Number 457, Edwin Sweeney. Number 486, Alex Sklitovsky. And number 469, Wesley Jones.
I'm not going to tell you a gate story later. I know, right?
Go to the start. Ready.
Slightly larger population in this men's D final than the last race. Alex Sklitovsky out in the front right away. Shubh Sharma coming up in second. And Jonathan Durheimer in third. Sklitovsky, Sharma, Durheimer. Again, as we chip away laps in the early stages of this race, playing into the hands of those who are more fast twitch enabled. Durheimer with a move on the inside into second place. It's Sklitovsky, Durheimer. Sharma now with a rapid acceleration into the front on the outside. Sharma, Sklitovsky, Durheimer. Wesley Jones in fourth, and Edwin Sweeney rounding out the field. Coming out of the corner, 8 laps to go, and Durheimer accelerating on the outside into the lead. Those outside passes really build up a lot of speed, so you'll frequently see these nice gaps open up. And these with 7 laps to go, Durheimer does not want to play. Out in the front, it's Durheimer. Sklitovsky closes the gap. Wesley Jones into third. Sharma in fourth. And Sweeney rounding out the field. Coming out of the corner, they're staring at 4 laps to go. Still Durheimer, Sklitovsky, and Jones. 3 to go, Durheimer, Sklitovsky, and Jones. Durheimer pushing the pace here. And Sklitovsky accelerates on the outside with an aggressive move. Sklitovsky coming around of the corner with 1 lap to go, opening up that gap. It's Sklitovsky. Jones now on the inside of Durheimer. It's Sklitovsky, Jones, Durheimer, followed by Sweeney and Schwarma. As they come across the line, we'll finish in that order. Up next, we're going to go with the men's 1,500 meter C final.
Really good kid.
In this 1,500 meter C final for the men, we have Yoon Hang Ma, Liam Kitchell, number 477, Benjamin Sullivan, number 482, Aiden Liu, number 438, Brandon Lau, number 499, Calvin Im, and number 416, Eric Laporte.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are rolling. Liam Kitchell out to the early lead in this race. It's Kitchell and Ma. We're slowly sorting things out. The chess match is on as these athletes listen to instructions from their coaches telling them to go even slower. Looks like Kitchell and Im. As Kitchell slowly creeps down, keeping the pace under control. Kitchell, Im, and Ma coming out of the corner. 10 laps to go. These races are often a little slow in the beginning, but they get animated quickly as we chip away. And we get some great animation there from Ben Sullivan with a move on the outside, sparking this race up. It's Sullivan and Ma as we have a couple athletes down in the corner. Sullivan and Ma are in control of this race as our athletes are up and moving. Sullivan, Ma, and Lau. And we are grouped back up with the 5 remaining skaters in the main field. Ma slides up the inside into the lead. It's Ma and Lau. It's Ma, Lau, Sullivan, and Im. Coming out of the corner. We're going to be really picking it up with 3 laps to go. Ma, Lau, and Sullivan now separating themselves as Ben Sullivan makes a move on the outside into second place. With a head full of steam, he makes a look at first, shut down. It's Ma and Sullivan battling it out, 1 and 2, followed by Lau. Coming out of the corner, we're seeing a nice move. Can we hold it off? And it's a close one at the finish line. We'll let Photo Finish sort that out. The results that we see on the board across from us, not the official results that we use for the event. We're going to use Photo Finish for this to sort these things out. So looks maybe deceiving, but we'll wait until the final results to pop up. All right, as we work our way through the finals, we're going to welcome the women's B final onto the track. In the women's B final, we are going to see number 330, Caroline Anderson, number 315, Grace Chun, number 372, Michelle Yi, number 304, Andrea Kao, number 308, Kyunggun Jang, number 319, Zoe Lai, and number 392, Elizabeth Rodhamel. In that last race, we had 2 penalties, one on 477, Benjamin Sullivan for an equipment failure. And number 438, Brandon Lau, for contact from behind in the straight.
Position 3. Move. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, this is the women's B final. Caroline Anderson out to the early lead from that number 1 start position, followed by Grace Chun and Kyungang Jang. Nice steady race again as we just knock off some of these early laps. These athletes content to sort it out in the latter stages of this race. Still nice and steady with Caroline Anderson leading the way, dictating the pace of this race. No one seems upset with it yet. We have a little bit of movement in the back, and Caroline Anderson senses that and picks the pace up as we see Jang slide into second place in front of Grace Chun. As the pace is moving, we're looking at 8 laps to go. We see Michelle Yi with a move on the outside. Yi and Jang, Yi, Jang, and Lai now, followed up by Caroline Anderson. Yi and Jang in the front of the pack here. So we're starting to see some nice action. Caroline Anderson on the outside into third place. We're too wide through that corner there. But still, with all the movement, Michelle Yi slowly accelerating, pushing the pace at the front of the pack to dominate and fend off all aggressors. Michelle Yi, and now on the inside is Jang. Jang on the inside is Jang Li Lao, Road Hummel. 2 laps to go. Jang Yi Lao, Road Hummel. Coming out of this corner, we are going to hear the bell for the final lap. It is Jang Yi Lao and Road Hummel battling it out through the final turn. And it looks like Road Hummel will finish in third on the line. Again, we'll wait for, we trust photo finish to sort it out. The timing that you're seeing on the board across from you is from the chips that these athletes are wearing around their ankles. Their transponders is giving us those times. And coming up now, looks like we've got women's A final for the 1,500 meters. In the women's 1,500 meter A final, we are going to see 3:28 Corinne Stoddard, 3:37 Grace Lee, 3:50 Una Wilhoit, 3:06 Kristen Santos Griswold, 3:17 Louisiana Stahl, 3:59 Julie Latai, and 3:39 Selena Sue.
So intense. That'd be a fun picture to have.
skaters spread out a little bit. 5, 6, 4. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, this is the A final of the women's 1,500 meters. As we patiently wait as spectators to see what strategy will play out in this race. Starting off slow, but I bet if I've ever seen a short track race before, this one won't last like this for too long, as there is a lot at stake, and we're looking at selecting spots for travel to World Cups. We're looking at crowning a U.S. champion. I don't think we're going to see too much patience with a pace like this. So we're looking at Una Wilhoit controlling the front right now. Louisiana Stahl following closely behind, and Selena Sue. Lurking in the back is Corinne Stoddard, Kristen Santos Griswold, Grace Lee, and Julie Latai. Louisiana Stahl up in front now. Selena Sue and Una Wilhoit, as Corinne Stoddard follows in fourth. Coming out of the corner with 7 laps to go now, still holding that nice steady pace around 12.8 seconds per lap. Skaters seem to be content keeping it slow at the beginning, looking for one aggressive move, and we see that from Corinne Stoddard wiggling her way up to the front. Santos Griswold on the outside into second. Latai, or Wilhoit, in third now, fending off competitors. This Grace Lee holds on there, but Latai finds her way in there. We've got Santos Griswold, Stoddard, Wilhoit, and Grace Lee battling it out. Now the pace is picking up. Santos Griswold, Stoddard, Lee, Latai. Coming out of the corner, bell lap. Santos Griswold and Stoddard, Latai sliding into third, and Grace Lee in fourth. Points are on the line for those teams. And the U.S. Championship as Kristen Santos Griswold cruises to a win in the women's 1,500 meter A final. Moving along, we are looking at the men's 1,500 meter B final coming up. In this race, we have number 442, Ryan Shane, number 422, Noah Trope, number 427, Xavier Lawrence, number 455, Daniel Yoon, number 497, Jonathan So, number 405, Sungmin Kwan, and number 480, Julius Kazanecki. In that race, we had number 350 Una Wilhoit, and number 317 Louisiana Stahl with a shared responsibility.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, men's 1500 B final underway. We are looking at similar pattern to what we've been seeing in all of these finals, as the athletes are playing a bit of a chess match here, sizing each other up, as Julius Kazanecki gets to the front, keeping it under control. Kazanecki and Trope 1 and 2. Xavier Lawrence making way to Ryan Shane, who slides up into third. It's Kazanecki, Trope, Shane. It's like Jonathan So in there. So we start to hear the athletes in the front can hear those blades moving around them. Anxiety levels increase. So we start to be a little more aggressive here. Noah Trope finding his way to the front. Julius Kazanecki in second. It's Potomac athletes wanting to control the front of the pack, control the pace, defend their positions, and make somebody else make a move around them. It's always better in short track speed skating to be towards the front, control that race, force other people to make moves as you command your position. Still unchanged, Trope, Kazanecki, Lawrence. But now Ryan Shane tucks his way into third place. Trope, Kazanecki, Shane, So, Lawrence. 4 laps to go. Here comes the aggression. It's Trope and Kazanecki defending well in the front. Shane slides into second place as they work those outside passes. Shane and So getting crowded towards the front as we've got 2 athletes down, and we are going to call this race back. Again, we will stop, the officials will stop these races if a dangerous situation arises. And in that situation, we saw some athletes bust through the padded door that we have there. They're going to be unable to rescue themselves rapidly enough in that situation, especially with, it looks like we're on track 7, with the track being all the way down in that end, creates an extremely dangerous situation. So the officials doing the right thing, stopping that race, and we will restart here shortly as athletes check over their equipment. Training staff checks over the health of the athletes. And in just a couple minutes, we'll get restarted. In that last race, we had a penalty by number 442, Ryan Shane, for a lane change from inside to out in the straight.
say, yeah, exactly. You could say it's I don't know, equal strike, or I don't know, anything that, yeah, exactly. Jousting, turn, jousting the turn, anything turn, no call.
Go to the start.
That's right.
Ready.
All right. And as you can imagine, we've probably got a couple tired athletes. Despite the slow start we had to the first iteration of this event, pretty aggressive at the end. So we've got tired legs here. So we see a casual start to this, not unexpected. When we were almost through a complete race, very aggressive at the end with these athletes leaving their moves to the end of the race to sort things out, causes a lot of chaos. First, making your moves towards the beginning of the race can sometimes lead to a smoother finish. But as this race is panning out so far with Xavier Lawrence at the front, we will see as these athletes rest, try to recover their legs, get some blood flowing through there as they plot their way through, trying to get the W. Xavier Lawrence, Daniel Yoon, and Noah Trope commanding this race. Jonathan So wants his name called, moves to the front. It's Jonathan So, Xavier Lawrence, and Daniel Yoon. 8 laps to go. Slowly picking up those lap times. Pulled 2 seconds off there from a 15-second lap to a 13-second lap. We are moving. Conserving their energy here, positioning themselves where they want to be. When the fight starts, Jonathan So, Xavier Lawrence, and Noah Trope works an outside move into second place, finishes it up right into first. Nice outside pass, giving himself a little bit of a gap. Closed down quickly by Jonathan So and Xavier Lawrence. It's Trope, So, Lawrence, and Yoon. 4 laps to go. Trope still in command at the front. Jonathan So, it's Trope, So, Lawrence, Yoon, Sungmin Kwan pulling up in 5th. As Jonathan So makes a nice move on the inside, Noah Trope fights back, but the door is closed. It's So, Yoon now into second place. So, Yoon, Trope, Lawrence. Final lap. Jonathan So, Daniel Yoon. Yoon makes a slide on through the inside into the lead. Can So get him back on the finish line? No, it is Daniel Yoon. Jonathan So, Noah Trope in third. That wraps up our men's B final. And as you can imagine, next up, 1,500 meter men's A final. In this A final, we will see number 446, Andrew Heo, 450, Marcus Howard, 491, Brandon Kim, 464, Sean Schwait, 403, Clayton DiClemente, 460, Justin Liu, and 409, Wesley Park.
Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go. A final. Marcus Howard is not messing around. Right out to the front. Brandon Kim, also with Clayton DiClemente, all want a piece of the lead. DiClemente prevails for now. DiClemente, Kim, Howard, Justin Liu bumping his way into second place. It's DiClemente, Liu, Howard on the outside again to the front. It is Howard, DiClemente, Liu, Kim. So we're looking at 10 laps to go. Brandon Kim to lead. It's Kim and now Wesley Park. Wesley Park, Brandon Kim, 1 and 2, 8 laps to go. Positioning is so important in a full field like we're looking here as we see Andrew Heo now go from third, not for long, as Marcus Howard takes that right back. Through the corner they go, and up the inside and the outside. Brandon Kim falls in the corner as Marcus Howard goes in the first, slides back to third now, just like that. Andrew Heo into the front. It's Heo, DiClemente, and Howard, followed closely by Caleb Park. Justin Liu, looking at 4 laps to go. Andrew Heo leading the pack. It's Heo, DiClemente, and Howard. 3 to go. Heo, DiClemente, Howard. Looking to earn spots as we're moving around, trying to change our position, change our track so we can make a move that's going to impact this race as DiClemente is moving around the inside, too wide through the corner. Coming out of the final corner, DiClemente takes the lead. It's DiClemente, Heo, and Howard. 1, 2, 3 in that race. And that is a great race as the officials whistle it closed. We are going to move into a resurface break now. As we take a break, that wraps up 1,500 meter events for the day. The rest of the day is going to be consumed with 500s. The slow paced skating at the beginning of races is over. We are going to see some aggressive 500s coming up. Once we get a start time, we'll pass that along to you. In the last race, we had a penalty to number 450, Marcus Howard, for an illegal late pass at the end of the straight. Races will resume at 11:35. We will resume races at 11:35 with women's 500 meter quarterfinals. 11:35.
Roberto.
All right, we are coming back to action here at the Utah Olympic Oval with 500s. It's 500 time. No more slow starts. I can guarantee you that. No more slow starts. I've been doing this for a long time, Donna. I don't think we're going to see any slow starts here. If we do, I'll buy you a coffee. Here we go. The women are making their way onto the ice. So we're looking at 500-meter quarterfinals. So we'll do quarters, semis, then finals this afternoon. In the first quarterfinal, we have number 328, Corinne Stoddard. Number 337, Grace Lee. Number 350, Una Wilhoit. Number 339, Selena Sue. Number 308, Kyungun Jang. And number 383, Samantha Scheffler.
Position 4, move closer to 3. Spread out a little. Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go. My kind of race. 500 meters aggression from the jump. It's Corinne Stoddard out into that early lead in Grace Lee following closely behind with Una Wilhoit. In this race, to advance out, we're looking at the top 3. The top 3 in placement will advance out of this race, and then we will pick one fastest 4th place finisher. So if you're in 4th place, you want to go fast so you can pick up that 4th place time in order to advance out into the semifinals. In this race, we have Corinne Stoddard with the commanding lead. 2nd and 3rd place fairly well locked up as well with Grace Lee and Una Wilhoit all looking to advance, and we'll have to hold on to see if Kyungun Chang will move along. Next up, heat number 2 out of 3. We've only got 3 of these coming up. Heat number 2 of 3, we have 359, Julie Latai. Number 326, Eunice Lee. Number 372, Michelle Yee. 315, Grace Chun. 319, Zoe Lai. And 330, Caroline Anderson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Julie Latai out into the early lead. It's Latai and Lee. Grace Chun coming in third in that third qualifying spot, while Zoe Lai is looking to pull that third spot to get that automatic qualification and certainly get a fast time in case she needs it for the fourth place. But back into the front, 2 laps to go. Julie Latai and Eunice Lee. 1, 2 in those qualifying spots. Last lap in this race. Remember, it's 3 plus the fastest fourth. And in this race, we are looking at Julie Latai, Eunice Lee, Grace Chun in those automatic qualifying spots. Unofficially, we'll see how it all plays out when we get the results. Heat 3 of 3 is on the ice now in this race. Number 306, Kristen Santos Griswold. Number 317, Louisiana Stahl. 392, Elizabeth Rodehammel. 304, Andrea Cow. And 341, Audrey Lengkong.
Go to the start. Ready.
Santos Griswold followed closely by Stahl, Rodehammel. 1, 2, 3 in those top 3 qualifying spots. Santos Griswold not messing around. She wants that qualifying spot and she wants it quickly. 2 laps to go. Santos Griswold, Stahl, and Rodehammel, 1, 2, 3 in those spots. Looks like we've got Ling Kong down in the corner. Santos Griswold comes through on the bell lap. Santos Griswold, Stahl, and Rodehammel, 1, 2, 3 in those automatic qualifying spots. As Andrea Cow holds on, hoping to get that fastest fourth place that will advance her into the semifinal round. And up now are the men's quarterfinals. For the men, we're going to have 5. We're about to watch 5 of these races for men's quarterfinals before we figure out who's moving on to the semis. For the men's, this is going to be nice and easy math today. For the men's quarterfinals, we're picking 2. Top 2 move on. That's it. In race number 1, we're going to be watching number 450, Marcus Howard. Number 486, Alex Sklitovsky. Number 420, Caleb Park. Number 416, Eric Laporte. Number 413, Yoon Hong Ma.
Four 16, you're lane 5. Oh, nope, never mind, you're right. Yep. Go to the start. Ready.
Marcus Howard with the early lead. Alex Sklitovsky sliding up the inside to take over. Sklitovsky, Howard, and Park in those top three. Remember, top two move on in this. We're looking for the top two moving on to the semifinals. Sklitovsky coming out hot with this one. Marcus Howard following in chase. Caleb Park trying to narrow that gap. 1 lap to go. Sklitovsky and Howard coming through the corner in those automatic qualifying positions. Keep in mind, everything I say is unofficial. We will wait for the referees. Generally, we're pretty close, but little things come up from time to time, so we wait for official results. Heat 1 is in the books. Heat 2 is coming on the ice. In Heat 2, we're going to have 442 Ryan Shane, 409 Wesley Park, 455 Daniel Yoon, 422 Noah Trope, 499 Calvin Im, and 457 Edwin Sweeney.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the battle off the start line. Ryan Shane comes out on top, followed by Daniel Yoon. It's Shane, Yoon, and Park. Top two moving on in this race. 3 laps to go. This 4.5 lap race. Ryan Shane out in front, followed by Daniel Yoon and Caleb Park. Not much time in this race. Got to be aggressive right from the jump. Bell lap, Ryan Shane and Daniel Yoon, 1-2. And they'll finish that way with Caleb Park and Noah Trope rounding out the pack.
Is that bad? He does it all the time. He does it all the time. He makes such a big mark. Ryan Shane. Nice move.
Heat 3 out of 5 coming up in this race. We have number 405, Sungmin Kwan. Number 403, Clayton DiClemente. Number 482, Aiden Liu. Number 438, Brandon Lau. Number 488, Jonathan Durheimer. And number 435, Shubh Sharma. We're going to pause here for a moment as we do a little ice repair from a finish line push to try to get there. So we patch up the ice for the next race, make sure we're in good shape. Looks like we're about to have a show with a fire extinguisher. Let's get some smoke out here, Shane. So we quickly freeze the ice to make sure that we're ready to go for this third heat.
Side over. Go to the start. Ready.
Sung Min Kwan out quick with a gap on Clayton DiClemente in second, followed by Aiden Liu. 3 laps to go. Sung Min is not messing around, out there fast, dropping those 8-second laps. Clayton DiClemente in pursuit. It's Kwan and DiClemente as we see Liu and Durheimer battling it out for third and fourth. Bell lap is going to bring us around. Top 2 moving out, and it's looking like in this race we're going to see Sung Min and Clayton DiClemente. And we've got just 2 more 500-meter quarterfinals coming up. Heat 4 of 5 in this race. We have number 460, Justin Liu. Number 497, Jonathan So. Number 480, Julius Kazanecki. Number 469, Wesley Jones. And number 466, Liam Kitchell.
Center over your dot, skaters. 5 back. Go to the start. Ready.
The start is a critical factor in this 500-meter race, and Justin Liu takes full advantage of that start. Justin Liu, Jonathan So, Julius Kazanecki, 1, 2, 3. Top 2 moving into the semifinals as Liu and So open a gap. Justin Liu and Jonathan So looking at have really distanced themselves out. Julius Kazanecki in third at the bell lap. Looking pretty secure for Justin Liu, Jonathan So. Kazanecki and Jones battling it out to sort out which final they will find themselves in. Battling for that C final.
Jack Mortelli for the. Yeah, advisor. Okay. Technical representative. Yeah.
Heat 5 on the ice in this race. We are going to be watching number 491, Brandon Kim. 427, Xavier Lawrence. 464, Sean Shui. 446, Andrew Heo. And 477, Ben Sullivan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Brandon Kim and Xavier Lawrence out there early as those starting positions play a major role in this race. Brandon Kim, Xavier Lawrence, Sean Shui, Andrew Heo, and Ben Sullivan. At these high speeds, making passes is extremely hard. You'll see athletes really try to wind it up, set themselves up for a good pass, but coming through with 1 lap to go, it's status quo. Brandon Kim, Xavier Lawrence, Andrew Heo makes a move into third. Is it enough to get that second place spot from Xavier Lawrence? Hard to say from my angle. We've got judges and photo finish will have the final word on that. That's going to wrap it up for our 500-meter quarterfinals. Looks like we're going to do a track resurface, just the track. We're not going to do a full make. It's all track resurfaces from here on out. This is slated to be a 15-minute break, but we'll wait for our officials to come over and give us the official start time. In that last race, we had a penalty to skater number 446, Andrew Heo, for an arm block in the corner. Racing will resume at 12:11. Racing will resume at 12:11. We're going to fire it back up with women's 500-meter semifinals. Leanne. And we are just 1 minute from resuming races with the women's 500-meter semifinals. We'll go right into the men's semis after that before we take a break for what we will wrap the day up with in the 500-meter finals. In heat number 1 from the women's 500 finals, we have number 306, Kristen Santos Griswold, number 337, Grace Lee, number 326, Eunice Lee, number 392, Elizabeth Rodehammel, and number 315, Grace Chun.
to the start. Ready.
4.5 laps, and Santos Griswold is out in front. Grace Lee following closely behind, followed by Eunice Lee. Advancement in this round is going to be 2 plus 1. We're going to take top 2 plus the fastest third place finisher to battle it out in the finals. Kristen Santos is leading the way right now, followed by Grace Lee and Eunice Lee. Bell lap. Eunice Lee with the move on the inside to take over second place in that qualifying position. Grace coming up strong, hoping to get that fastest third place time to move on to the A final. Semifinal number 2 coming up. In Heat 2, we will see number 328, Corinne Stoddard. Number 359, Julie Latai. 350, Una Wilhoit. 317, Louisiana Stahl. And 308, Kyungun Jang.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are going to call that race back. If we have some interference off the start of the race, the starters have discretion to restart the race to make sure we get off to a fair start. So we'll call that back as the ice stewards or track stewards tend to a little kick there. Then we check on athletes' equipment to make sure blades are still maintained after getting kicked. Sometimes we can do a little damage that a burst zone can take off, or we may just replace an entire blade. Which looks to be the case. That we'll see is a little short track pit stop above the USANA banner there. Steve Goff and Simon Cho get to work. So you'll see as they swap blades out on the sideline, this is, the officials will allow this to allow for fair racing and unintended damage that can come to these blades as one athlete kicks another athlete or gets kicked. Damage can happen to that edge, which would make for a rough race if you continued on. So the short track pit stops have come into play. As you see Simon putting the final touches on and tightening that bolt up. Not quite as fast as a 9-second NASCAR pit stop, but it wasn't bad.
Go to the start. Ready.
As we accelerate through that first turn, we look to be clean, and Corinne Stoddard comes out in front. Julie Latai and Una Wilhoit, 1, 2, 3. Remember, we're taking the top 2 finishers plus the fastest third place time. Coming out of the corner, 2 laps to go. Corey and Julie leading the way. Una in third, looking for that fastest time as she gives everything she's got to skate a fast time. Bell lap, Corey and Julie looking to get a hot time going into this final that they have qualified for. And we'll move on to men's 500-meter semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to call one thing to your attention. The board that we have across from us is not official. Those times that we see on the board come from the transponders, which are on their ankles, which gives a very close time, but the official time is taken from the tip of the blade, and that can only be measured by photo finish. So the times on the board are unofficial. Gives us a general understanding of what's happening, but all official results come from our photo finish team. Men's 500-meter semifinal 1 coming up in this race. We have 450 Marcus Howard, 491 Brandon Kim, 442 Ryan Shane, 427 Xavier Lawrence, and 497 Jonathan So.
Go to the start. Ready.
Marcus Howard out quick. Brandon Kim hot on his heels, followed by Ryan Shane, Xavier Lawrence. The start is critical because it's so hard to pass at speeds like this. Getting out and sorted out early into the front is a huge advantage as Ryan Shane comes through into second place. Not for long, Xavier Lawrence taking advantage of that situation. It's Marcus Howard and Xavier Lawrence, Ryan Shane. Remember, top 2 move along as we have another fall with Shane and Lawrence. Unofficially, we are going to see Marcus Howard and Jonathan So make their way out of that. But I got a feeling the officials are going to want to have a say in what just happened.
Yeah, all these advancements. Well, I'm sure Xavier's in, and probably Brandon Kim. Yeah, Kim's gonna be in. He got bumped out. He was in qualifying position. I'm just not sure if it was Ryan saying he did both those. I know he got Xavier.
Looks like we're reviewing our video replay station. Make sure we get the right call. As we wait, let's get ready for heat number 2. In heat number 2, we have number 486, Alex Sklotovsky. 455, Daniel Yoon. 405, Sungmin Kwon. 403, Clayton D. Clemente. And 460, Justin Liu. Again, as we wait, just a little housekeeping and updating of schedules for tomorrow, day 2 here at the Utah Olympic Oval. Just a couple things to be aware of. There will be no warm-up before racing tomorrow. We are going to get right into it. The racing will begin at 8:35. First gun goes bang at 8:35. So we're going to get right into it tomorrow morning. And the results are in the last race, skater number 442 received 2 penalties and yellow card. We will see number 491, Brandon Kim, advanced. We will see skater 427, Xavier Lawrence, advanced. And with that, we should be ready to roll on semifinal number 2. Again, in these races, we are picking the top 2 plus the fastest third place finisher.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are off. 405, Sungmin Kwon out into the early lead, followed by Alex Sklotovsky. Daniel Yoon battling it out into third place. And Justin Liu in fourth. 2 laps to go. It's Sungmin still in the lead. Sungmin and Alec 1 and 2. Yoon in third. Liu in fourth. Last lap to go. Trying to make a move, battling it out for that A final. And it ends that way. Sungmin Kwon and Alec Sklotovsky. And just an update, this was just brought to my attention. You learn something new every day, and this is what I learned today. When we have advancements in a race like this, the +1 will go away to make sure that our numbers in the finals are appropriate and we don't stack them up too much. So we will... With that, we're going to wrap up our semifinal round, and we are going to get racing underway at 12:40. There is a brief break. We'll get racing underway at 12:40. This is just an absolute wonderful time for you all to get up, move around. I know everyone's cold, and one place where you can warm up is going for a little walk down to the U.S. Speedskating sales booth, where they are selling warm clothing to warm you up here. Great Under Armour Team USA apparel for sale down there. Go see Sam. Tell her Chris sent you, and she will give you absolutely no deal. But head on down and check it out. They really have some great stuff down there, some cool team gear that you'll get to pick through and pick up to keep you warm.
his hip come through nice, like still starts to Oh yeah, I see that sometimes. I thought someone was teaching me to, well, in today's golf, they say when you're coming back, you want to use the ground like you're jumping. So the club speed now is from this, not just this anymore.
Okay.
You can create more by jumping and pushing down to more club speed. So a lot of the players now in the pros, they're getting here and they're like using the ground to like push to get here, but he's doing a little too much.
Yes.
And sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You're on top.
Yes. That's right.
Timing.
Yeah. But the defense is getting better. The driver, he is skating.
That's good.
Yeah.
For 13 years old, that's good.
Yeah. That's why he's always confident. I'm good. But it's not bad thing, right?
Yeah, what's up? Rusty, like not playing on Sundays.
No, I gave up. Well, I was playing. Well, in the summer we play on Saturday. In the winter we play on Sunday. So the speedskating team. So it's like me, Nick,
Oh, I guess we only have one man. Oh, yeah, 1 of 2. Okay. Is this the same one then? Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay. So I'll give this one to you.
They were like, "Are you kidding me?" And but you can calm down, bro. It's just clearing. And the other thing, God dang it, that's fucked up. Yeah, I'm trying to think of which
And it's about that time. We are moving into our finals block for the 500 meters. We're going to do this next set of racing in 2 racing blocks. So we're going to rip off some F, E, D, and C finals. Then we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back at it with our B and A finals to wrap up the day. In our first race, we're going to start with the women's D final. In this D final, we will see number 339, Selena Su, and number 341, Audrey Leng Kong.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off to a great start. Selena Su into the lead as Leng Kong tries to set something up, see if she can break free of that second place. But Selena Su has got a hot pace going right now. Out of the corner, staring at 2 laps to go. It's Su and Leng Kong. Building up speed, trying to defend their position or make a move. Last lap. This is why that start is so important in this race. It's Su and Leng Kong. Su going wire to wire in that one. We're going to move forward with the women's 500-meter C final. It's our next event. In this race, we will see 372, Michelle Yi, 304, Andrea Cao, 319, Zoe Lai, 383, Samantha Scheffler, and 330, Caroline Anderson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go. Through the first turn, and Michelle Yi in that first position maintains that #1 spot. Andrea Cao in second. Zoe Lai in third. Samantha Scheffler and Caroline Anderson rounding out the pack as we are up to speed, staring at 2 laps to go. Michelle Yi maintaining her position, doing a good job defending. It is Yi, Cao, and Lai, 1, 2, 3, followed by Scheffler and Anderson. Scheffler slides up into third place, but Lau fights back as we cross the line. I'm going to say Michelle Yee, Andrea Cow, and Zoe Lai, 1, 2, 3. But again, the results we have on the board across the way are not official. Those are connected to the transponders that are on the athletes' ankles. Official times will be coming from Photo Finish. All right, little change of pace now. We're going to move on to the men. We're going to do the FE, D, and C final for the men. So we get 4 men's races coming up. Then we are going to have a quick track resurface before we finish the day with the 500 meter A and B finals for both women and men. All right, in the men's 500 meter the men's 500 meter finals, we're going to start with the F finals. In this, we are going to have a head-to-head battle between number 488, Jonathan Durheimer, and 457, Edwin Sweeney.
Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go. Nice head-to-head matchup here. Durheimer out to the early lead. Sweeney's going to be working to build up some speed, set it up, and make a move to take over. Durheimer is spooling it up and stretching it out. Coming around 2 to go for this head-to-head duel, Durheimer and Sweeney. Bell lap coming out of the corner. We will have Jonathan Durheimer and Edwin Sweeney, 1-2, wire-to-wire win for Durheimer. Men's 500 meter E final coming up. In this event, we will find number 477, Ben Sullivan, 499, Calvin M, 435, Shubh Sharma, 416, Eric Laporte, and 466, Liam Kitchell. We're going to take a quick pause, a quick break in action as we work through a technical issue that we're having over here. We're going to work through this quickly, and we will resume races shortly. We're going to ask our skaters to actually step off of the ice for this one. You need the athletes to clear the ice. So we're gonna pause for this. Is probably gonna be about a 10-minute pause. Hopefully we can get it done quicker as our team's working feverishly. We found a slight error in the draw that we were able to catch. So we're gonna sort that out. We were able to catch it, and we're gonna sort that out quickly to make sure all the races moving forward are drawn correct. Again, we're going to have all athletes hold in the heat box as we sort through the finals to make sure everyone is in the correct place. And we are just about there as we are putting the final touches on the revised 500-meter finals. Once the heats come off the printer, I will get that communicated to you all as fast as possible as the officials are communicating with Heatbox coaches and athletes. We will get you the new heats or the new finals just as soon as we have them. All right, hot off the presses, the new racing. Now, moving forward, we are going to get started with the E final again, where we will see number 499, Calvin Im, number 435, Shubh Sharma, number 488, Jonathan Durheimer will be racing again. We saw him in the first F final, but we resorted it out. Jonathan's going to get a shot at the E final now, second chance. We are going to have number 416, Eric Laporte, and 466, Liam Kitchell.
Hold on, skaters. Back up. Need like Jeopardy music or wait. Ding. Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go, back to racing. Calvin Im is out to the fast start. Eric Laporte coming from darn near the wall into second place. Shubh Sharma in second time round. Durheimer in fourth place. We've got Im in Laporte, Durheimer, and Kitchell. 1, 2, 3, 4 as Sharma went down in the turn. Important to get that race finished as Calvin Im dominating this race, wire to wire. Impressive start from Eric Laporte, coming from position number 4 to finish second place. And Jonathan Durheimer on his second chance 500 with a great performance. Moving on to the D final. We'll be getting these skaters out here. We're going to be looking at number 422, Noah Trope. Number 413, Jung Hang Ma. Number 477, Ben Sullivan. 438, Brandon Liao. And 469, Wesley Jones. As Shib finishes up his race. Make sure you want to make sure you finish that race in these finals. Get those points. Points are up for grabs.
I gotta come out and see you guys one of these days. Coming up 6 o'clock game. Or 3 o'clock game or something like that. That was? Lower D4. Eric who? Eric who? Okay. I can come to those ones probably for sure.
In the last race, we had a penalty to number 488, Jonathan Durheimer, for a contact from behind in the corner.
Do we play those guys? They play their own tournament. I mean, even in playoffs, they stay within this. So why did you do that? Oh. Oh, like those one guys we beat them like 8-1 or something? Okay. Okay. Because I just, a doctor here, he said he's on a team. He's on a team that 4 Island, yeah. And I go, you play?
Center over your dot, skaters. 3.
Yeah, she's telling me. I thought you kind of playing.
Go to the start.
So 6 and 6. So that's not,
Ready.
teams more often than
Here we go, D final.
I always
Looks like we've got Trope
one time
out front fast,
had
followed by Lau,
colors 1 year I
Trope, Lau, and Sullivan.
highlighted yellow was 10:30. Everything was highlighted.
So we were coming around, Trope, Lau, Sullivan,
9 p.m. And then
and Ma, 1, 2, 3, 4.
my calendars. And I said,
At these speeds, very hard to pass. You got to set up and execute your passes to perfection. As you accelerate out, Trope starting to pull away. It's coming across the line. It's Trope.
I thought we did. I thought it was
Looks like we have Trope, Lau, and Ma. But we will wait. Again, the results on the board are not official results. Those are connected to the transponder system, which is merely sensors tied to a loop, an electronic field in the ice that gives an approximate time. It's generally pretty accurate, but photo finish is what we use to determine who's the tip of the blade that crosses the ice first is how we determine the winners. All right, C final time for the men. In men's 500 meter C final, we will have number 409, Wesley Park, 464, Sean Shui, 420, Caleb Park, 482, Aiden Liu, and 480, Julius Kazanecki.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's Sean Shui with a great start. Coming out into the lead, followed by Wesley Park and Caleb Park. 3 laps to go. Shui pulling away, though closing the gap. We've got Shui, Park, and Park. 1, 2, 3 battling it out in the C final. Shui, Park, Park. As we've got Wesley Park sliding up the inside. As we come through the bell, it's Park, Shui, and Park. And that is going to wrap up our first block of finals. We are going to take a 15-minute resurface break. We'll get the actual accurate time here in a moment, but count on about 15-minute break, and then we'll come back at you with the women's B and A final, followed up with a men's B and A final. Races will resume at 1:28. 1:28, we will resume racing. Don't forget, this is a great opportunity to stop by the US Speedskating booth, pick up some gear, keep you warm if you're a little chilly. Stop by there. They've got some great team-issued gear for sale from our partners at Under Armour.
So it sounds like your team is in the lower D4 division that we are in. There are 16 in the upper D4 and 16 in the lower D4. That's why we aren't playing in the distinction, but we did play in the summer. There were a few teams that were complaining that the league was too diverse with talent. So apparently we split up those small teams.
And we are getting underway with the women's B final for the 500 meters. In this race, we will have number 350, Una Wilhoit, 392, Elizabeth Rodehammel, 308, Kyungun Jang. Number 315, Grace Chun. Number 317, Louisiana Stahl.
I bought a windshield or windproof one. They stopped giving them out, yeah. Yeah, Dale of Norway.
Go to the start. Ready.
And here we go. It is out to that early lead, Wilhoit. Followed quickly by Jang, Rodehammel, Stahl. 3 laps to go. Wilhoit and Jang pushing the pace up at the front. Got a little gap. Rodehammel and Stahl battling it out for third place as Elizabeth Rodehammel moves up on the inside to take over third. Wilhoit and Jang, 1-2. Coming through the finish line, we will finish that way with Wilhoit, Jang, Rodehammel, and Stahl. And this is it, a final for the women's 500 meter. This race will feature 328, Corinne Stoddard, 306, Kristen Santos Griswold, 359, Julie Latai, 326, Eunice Lee, and 337, Grace Lee.
Position 3. Go to the start. Ready.
Out to a quick start. That number 1 starting position has its advantages as Corinne Stoddard moves into the early lead. It's Stoddard, Santos Griswold, and Latai, followed by Lee and Lee. 3 laps to go, and we are up to speed. Corinne Stoddard trying to dominate with her speed, but Kristen Santos Griswold moves up the inside to take over the lead. It's Santos Griswold, Stoddard, and Latai, 1, 2, 3, followed by Eunice Lee and Grace Lee. Bell lap, Santos Griswold and Stoddard. Julie Latai, 1, 2, 3 across the line, followed by Eunice Lee and Grace Lee.
You get tongue-tied, you say KSG. You get tongue-tied, you say KSG. Kristen Santos Griswold. I hate going, Santos Griswold, Santos. Santos. That's like Connor McStoey. There's another skater, short track skater has a long hyphenated name. I can't remember what it is right now. Here, get the plastic and it's long. Here, there you go.
Men's 500-meter B final coming up in this race. We had some advancements in the semifinals, if you recall. So we're looking at a 3-man race here with number 455, Daniel Yoon, 460, Justin Liu, and 403, Clayton DiClemente.
Go to the start. Ready.
Daniel Yoon out to that early lead from the first front position, position number 1. It's Yoon and Justin Liu. Clayton DiClemente trying to make up the gap. Justin Liu with a beautiful move on the outside, couldn't hold it. And we are quickly down to a 1-man race, although you got to finish the race because points are up for grabs. So Daniel Yoon, if he stays on his feet, will take the win here with Clayton DiClemente and Justin Liu both a lap down. Though we'll allow our hardest job in the building over here is the lap counters. We'll allow them to sort this all out. As we finish up this race, again, points are awarded at all finals levels, so it's very important to finish out these races, grab every single point you can. May not be the finish that you wanted, but you need those points. Here we go. A final, the men's 500 meters, and it's a crowded field with 6 skaters on the ice. We will see number 450, Marcus Howard, 405, Sungmin Kwan, 497, Jonathan So, 486, Alec Sklotovsky, 427, Xavier Lawrence, and 491, Brandon Kim.
Go to the start. Ready.
Marcus Howard comes out firing as Alex Sklotovsky works the outside. It's Howard Sungmin Kwan, or Howard Sklotovsky, Sungmin, Jonathan So. Xavier Lawrence slides down on the front stretch. It's Marcus Howard defending his position well. Howard Sklotovsky And Brandon Kim, Howard Sklotowski, Kim, Sung Min Kwan, Jonathan So slides into 4th place. Brandon Kim makes the move on Sklotowski to take 2nd. It's Howard, Kim, So, Kwan. As Alec will get up, finish this race up, as will Xavier Howard. We do still have a skater on the track who's just wrapping up. And that will wrap up our competition for the day. Again, we will resume racing tomorrow morning. Keep in mind, athletes, coaches, parents, spectators, there will be no warm-up, no on-ice warm-up. We do encourage an off-ice warm-up, though. But no on-ice warm-ups tomorrow. We will resurface and have the national anthem playing at 8:30. The first gun will fire in the women's 1,000-meter quarterfinals at 8:35. Races will start at 8:35 tomorrow morning. We're not quite done yet, as it looks like the officials are going to be making some reviews. So we will stay here as we await the results of that event.